goed. Nee, ja, dat hangt er van.
Okay, I would like to start the next session. Hope you had a good coffee break and lots of talking about academics and other stuff. So the next session is a keynote address by Professor Jaap Winter. I would very much like to welcome Jaap to Groningen, to the conference, and I would like to introduce him shortly to him. I think many of you will know him. He's a key figure in corporate governance in the Netherlands and outside. And to show this, at least in one way, is, well, we make this list every year. I think the Volkskrant, one of our national newspapers, does this, indicating important people, and Jaap is on this list. Very high. So that's one indication that he's really a central figure in corporate governance in the Netherlands. He has many positions in academia. First of all, he's a professor of corporate law, governance and behavior at the Vrije Universiteit in Amsterdam. He is also professor of international corporate law of the University of Amsterdam. And he is a distinguished professor of corporate governance at INSEAD. And furthermore, you're also chair of the board of Erasmus University, Rotterdam. Next to academic positions, Professor Jaap Winter also has a number of positions in, let's say, in companies, in outside academia. To name a few, he's the chair of the board of the Van Gogh Museum, executive board member of the Goldschmeding Foundation, and he's also partner of Philion, which is on the slides, which is Philion Governance and Leadership, which is a consultancy firm focusing on board evaluations in which the human experience of board members and leaders is made central. And I think Jaap will elaborate on this a bit more during his talk. I would also like to mention that he was a member of the Dutch Committee Corporate Governance. And this committee introduced the Dutch Corporate Governance Code, which has set the stage of corporate governance best practices and has been leading governance trends and discussions in the Netherlands since then. So that was a very important committee. But like I already mentioned, his, let's say, expertise is not only used in the Netherlands, also outside. He has been very influential in discussions about corporate governance and corporate governance best practices. So I'm very happy that we have him as a keynote here today. And I think he will also mention this himself, but I think it's a bit of homecoming for him because he was born here. He did his PhD right in this room. So maybe he can tell a bit more about that. Or not. That's up to you. So I would like to ask you to give a warm applause to our keynote of today.
The conference solely or particularly as an academic, but to at least also include experiences from the practice that I'm involved in the board roles that I have myself, but certainly also in my roles as advisor to boards. We see a lot of boardrooms, we do a lot of board evaluations, we're involved heavily when boards are in crisis sometimes and they need to fix themselves. So what can we say about that? And actually, that combination of trying to make sense of that in the practice itself with the human beings, the people that need to do this, plus thinking about it, reflecting upon it and see what can we make of that in an academic sense, probably characterizes what I've been doing over the last 20 years or so, and in the last 10, 12 years in the course of Filio. One of the things that has come across personally for myself, being a lawyer, was actually quite a bit of a revelation that actually there are human beings doing this. And it seems that we can forget that quite easily when we're in academia or when we're a lawyer in practice or we come from a finance angle or economic angle. Actually, the boardroom is made up, at least until today. You never know what artificial intelligence will do with that, but today it is about human beings. Us, like you yourself and myself, taking on roles that are complex, that have to do with difficulties outside and within, and they try to make sense of that. And I want to share a little bit of my experience and my thinking around particularly that notion that the board space is a space in which human beings come together to do something. And what does it matter? How does it matter that they are human beings? Well, it does. It does quite a bit, and much more than we think. Much more than we think. And I would even argue, at some moment, by definition, much more than everything we know about strategy or finance or compliance or HR or whatever. It matters much more how these people do this together. I will address that topic or try to touch it from two angles. This human complexity itself, human beings doing this in different roles and positions. How can we look at that and how can we make sense of that? And also for another theme that is becoming more and more relevant within the board space, and that is the theme of the societal responsibility of corporations. What do we make of that? And for me, it is, in that theme particularly, is essential that people feel again that they are there as human beings, not as automatons, not as just merely analysts. They are human beings. And I want to share my thoughts on that with you as well. First, on this human complexity. We know a lot already, and academics have been starting to study the complexity inside the boardroom, with the big disadvantage that most academics have no access to the boardroom. They are never there. The board is a closed shop in a sense. It creates its own dialogue and nobody else is there. Perhaps one or two outsiders who are not members of the board, a secretary or whatever, but certainly no journalist or academics. So how can we study that? And we found ways looking at human complexity in other situations that we have been studying in sort of laboratory type of situations, experimental type of situations, and can we transplant what we know from that to the space of the boardroom? And yes, to a large extent we can. So far, we've done it primarily in the field of cognitive understanding about biases, our bounded rationality, a bounded perception, extending into bounded morality, knowing that what we believe to be right or wrong is also shaped by the context in which we operate and our previous experience and the pressures upon us. We're not free, deliberately, or liberated and rational in our moral judgment either. If we take it further, we venture into the area of bounded relationships. Even the connections that we have with others are shaped by the surroundings and the context. So this is being studied, although very often not studied precisely in the boardroom as such, but it is being studied. In our practice, as Niels said at the start, I think we try to reach an even deeper level, beyond and below the cognitive of what we are aware in our thinking, in our thoughts, and what we can express in our words when we have dialogues. There's a level of reality underneath that actually shapes what people do in the boardroom. And we try to address that. And for us, board dynamics are not just about biases and groupthink and all these aspects that have been studied quite extensively and that we know a lot about also in the board space. But it has everything to do with our human experience, how we as individuals, personally, me, myself, in my role in that boardroom, experience what is happening there. And how that experience is also shaped by the constellation in which we operate, that it shapes us and it shapes our experience. And I want to explain these two elements to you. When we have been thinking about this experience, and in INSEAD they have the phrase, they teach you to use yourself as instrument. So what you feel yourself, for example, when you want to become a coach, when you coach somebody else, what you experience when your coachee is saying something or expressing something or reflecting on whatever he or she's been doing, what it does to you is information that is relevant possibly to the coachee. Use yourself as an instrument. And when we've been thinking about using yourself and your own experience, your lived experience, as they say it at INSEAD, how can we get closer to what the core of that experience actually is? What can we think about the nature of that type of experience? Well, there's a strand in philosophy called phenomenology, and I would advise you to express that, to say that word aloud 10 times after each other, phenomenology, etc., etc. It's a tongue-breaking word. But it's an interesting strand because the people who have been the founders of that strand of philosophy, these men typically, and I'm happy to say that no longer only men are looking at this, but originally they certainly were, Husserl, Heidegger, Merleau-Ponty, they try to find a way to get to the core of our best human experience, what we really experience. Heidegger, for example, said in his book, in Sein, to be Sein und Zeit, 1927, he said, being for humans being, Dasein, of Deutsch, being means being in the world. We cannot imagine ourselves, there is no human existence without anything around us. We cannot live and we cannot imagine what it would be to live in a vacuum where there's no outside world informing us about the world. There is always world which informs us about who we are, what our position is, what we think we should do or should not do. Merleau-Ponty, the French philosopher, said, most of our experience actually starts with bodily experience. It is our body that first perceives. We feel, hear, sense, smell, we touch. And that informs us. And only then a sort of mental process starts to transform and translate that perception into a broader experience. And the experience that we then have, and that is what Heidegger pointed his finger at. The experience is not just the feeling or the sensing and the seeing and smelling that our senses, our body actually do. That perception triggers an enormous wealth of associations, memories, emotions, intuitions, things from the past that strike us, a sentiment. If we feel this, it reminds of a situation before when we also felt this. And with that information, we start to develop even cognitive thoughts about that situation, the current situation, and about what we should be doing in that situation. There's an interesting combination now of neuroscience and these relatively old philosophical thoughts to combine these to see if we, in our minds, in our brains, can actually see this happening. And some scientists, yes, we can see that. It does happen. It starts with, indeed, sort of physical perception first, translated to higher levels of function in our brain, and ultimately giving us a much richer sense of experience of the situation in which we find ourselves. And that full, rich experience, which is, as I said, is much more than just our perception. That experience tells us where we are, what to do, how to conduct ourselves, what to expect of others, given our memories, our previous emotions, our associations, reminders of some other situation that occurred to us as well. We can not only look at the conduct as we see it in the boardroom, for example, and say, well, this is not effective, change your behavior. If we cannot go a level deeper and understand how people experience the boardroom that tells them how to perform like that, simply telling them you should change your conduct, your behavior, is not going to change much. The drivers for their behavior are still there. So if you really want to have a change in the boardroom, and in conflict situation, for example, you want to, when there's full distrust, I'm working with the board of a hospital today, or these weeks, where there's a big conflict with medical doctors and the board about how they perceive the reality of the hospital and who's in charge, etc. It's a fundamental source of distrust. But if you can't just go out and tell them, so listen, you have to trust each other again. Let's start trusting each other. Yeah, good idea, let's do it. But the next occasion where a conflict or a potential conflict arises will bring back the emotions of the distrust that you're aware of. And you will start probably to do exactly the same that you did before, not trusting. We have to understand what that experience actually is. And trying to figure out where this experience comes from. And that is very different from the level of academic understanding that we now have in boardrooms. Tailored to how can we understand that behavior, how can we distinguish it, see it, and see some cognitive failures. There's a level deeper, driven by those experiences. It's not theory that tells us, or norms that tell us what to do in the boardroom, is what we actually experience. And norms and theory may be part of the total setup that we experience, but just a fraction. There's much more going on than that. In the boardroom, that experience is seldom discussed. And I sit in many boardrooms as advisor, and some boardrooms as a member, and some others as a chair. It is it's actually extremely hard to talk about your experience. How do you feel? That's not a type of question that is very common in the boardroom. The sort of question that we raise is, what do you think about this? So you trigger a cognitive, step into a cognitive dialogue. But a board member expressing to her colleagues or his colleagues, I'm not sure, it doesn't feel right, is often seen as, come on. Either you have to be very explicit about what your concern is, then we can talk about this. It's driven into the cognitive realm again, or shut up. Can't do anything with feelings. Go somewhere else. Go do that at home, more or less. That's basically what the story is. For a big part, we can't discuss it in boardrooms because we have no language. There are no words that we've been taught as experienced people who sit on boardrooms to talk about that sort of experience. We can talk about strategy. We can talk about finance and ratios and working capital. All of that we can talk about. We can talk about compliance until the sun sets down and then continue the next day. No problem. Endlessly. But talking about your feeling in the boardroom, we've never learned. Nobody told us how to do that. We have no words. We actually do not feel that safe to do it. And it is not expected of us. What happens then, and this is what we see constantly when boards are struggling, because there's no language to talk about experience and we don't know how to do it and feel uncertain, perhaps unsafe to do that. When there is a friction in the experience, we start to engage in a conflict on the content. We start to disagree on strategy, or on the financial risks, or on compliance and how important it is. Because we do know how to talk about that. We have language for that. And what we see in our board evaluations and board conflicts in which we intervene, that we, beneath the layer of what they think the conflict actually is about, it's about how we deal with our big compliance pressure and the regulator. Beneath that is a very different universe of experiences that conflict, that are very different, that people sense are different because we respond differently, but we cannot talk about this. Now from that realization in our practice, that this is probably what triggers, in certain moments at least, almost 100% of the reality in the boardroom. Much more than strategy, finance, compliance itself, it's about this experience level. What can we say about that experience in the boardroom? And I wrote a paper in which I tried to find out, if you look at boards generally, what are elements in the board constellation that almost always come back as a structural element that triggers human experience? Human experience that may be very different from person to person, but the trigger of the experience is always there. And these are at least some elements, first attempt from my side to think about the sort of elements that are always relevant in a boardroom, structurally relevant in a boardroom, that trigger human experience. Let me start on the top, and I won't go through every little bit of that. The episodic nature of boards. Non-executives meet with executives only 6, 8, 10 times a year. In crisis, somewhat more, perhaps every weekend even. But executives are there 24/7, 7 days a week. They have the business, the organization in their mind. They experience constantly. They are constantly being fed with challenges, information, doubts, anxieties, which the non-executives do not have. By definition, the experience that non-executives have of the corporation of which they are a non-executive is very different from the experience that the executives have. We see in board evaluations that it's typically very difficult to bridge the gap between these two types of experiences. One advice that we always give for non-executives, before they go into a board meeting, have a meeting of your own, the non-executives, to reconnect with each other and with the corporation and the issues that you discussed last time, and what has happened in between. And do we know that? Do we have a joint sense of that, or are we looking at very differently or not? To have a much richer engagement with the executives than what is the practice with many boards. Non-executives come in, sometimes in an international boards from around the world. They fly in, they take their chairs around the table, and boom, they start to talk strategy. Not connected to the reality of the corporation, not connected to each other, while the executives have been there all day long for the last 2 months since they met the non-executives for the last time. That's fundamental. Together with that comes information asymmetry, and it's a concept that is well known in corporate governance. Non-executives by definition have less information, less acute information, less actual information than executives have. They may have more outside information than inside information. But what does that do to people? What sort of experience does that trigger? There are two types of non-executives. Well, three actually, but two, and the group that is neither or has a little bit of both. One executive is extraordinarily comfortable not having information, with a sense, if something would be wrong, they would tell me. So if I'm not hearing anything, I can go to sleep. So he's very comfortable. That non-executive will probably even resist receiving more information from executives, because that would trigger more questions, more dilemmas, more things to think about that he never thought about before. I'm not sure I like that, actually. For another non-executive, not having detailed information can be a source of huge concern, anxiety. What is going on that I don't know while I am responsible? as a non-executive. And I don't know what's happening. I want more information. And from quarterly numbers, I want monthly numbers. And once I have them and understand them, I want weekly numbers. And they become executives in their mind. And the problem with having more information, it drives us to cognitively analyze it and do something with it. Suddenly, if the board is predominantly with that type of non-executive, you start to engage with each other almost operationally. Because the nature of the discussion will go about the details that people feel they have to know in order to feel comfortable. Risk-reward asymmetry, another well-known thing, but what does it actually do with people? Non-executives have the downside risk of the company failing, something going horribly wrong, and they will, in the court of public opinion, will be judged, and sometimes in legal courts as well. The upside typically goes to executives, both in terms of reputation and remuneration, that non-executives typically do not have. So non-executives share the downside if something goes horribly wrong, but they don't have the upside. What does that do to individual non-executives? Some people, some non-executives are grand in the sense that they allow the executives to have the upside and are not becoming jealous. Others are actually jealous and resist the executives to be successful, reputationally, financially, etc. A different type of experience. Hierarchy is ambiguous in the boardroom. Formally, the non-executives have a position in which they can assess the executives. They can have a judgment about the persons that they appoint, select, dismiss, reappoint, or not. And they tell them, you have to do a better job. That never happens in reverse. Executives telling the non-executives, we actually don't like the sort of job that you're doing. We've assessed you as a board and you've failed. You've not passed it, not passed your exam. That never happens. It's a one-sided street of formal hierarchy, often expressed through remuneration in larger corporations with variable pay. That's how it is sensed by executives, that they're being judged by non-executives. You just get less pay. It's a very explicit mechanism of expressing your appreciation or lack of appreciation. In actual life, the executives, the CEO, knows much more about the corporation and its challenges than the non-executives. In practice, in the dialogue in the boardroom, it is often the CEO who's dominant. None of the non-executives is, and sometimes not, certainly not even the chairman. These two levels of hierarchy conflict and intervene, and they do something with us, both with the chairman and the CEO, but also with the other board members. They're in a conflicting, ambiguous situation. Are they in the lead or are they following? And they have to make sense of that and never talk about that. Well, all of these elements, and I won't spend much time on all these, maybe one other, the unsaid. Things are not said in the boardroom that do exist. And they may have a huge impact on how people experience the quality of the interaction, whether they like it or not, whether there's a scary environment or energetic, positive environment. But how can you express the unsaid? How can we start to talk about things that are not said? We actually had a PhD student at the VU, Vrije Universiteit in Amsterdam, who wrote a PhD thesis about the unsaid in the boardroom. Imagine how you study that. It's interesting, isn't it? What she did, and was really great, I introduced her to 20 boards of building societies, woningcorporaties in the Netherlands, and asked whether she could observe the board meetings. And they allowed her. And what she did, she observed from second to second what was said in moments that nobody spoke. And then she asked non-executives and executives afterwards, immediately afterwards, can you identify a moment that you thought something, you felt something that potentially was relevant, but you did not say? Second question, are there moments in the board meeting that you can now recognize immediately after it's board meeting stops, this is what we do? Have there been moments where others in the boardroom felt something or thought something, you sensed that, you could see it, but they did not say it? These two questions combined in their answers made, as one of the outcomes, there are many outcomes of the research, but one of the outcomes is that most board members have exactly the same thing that is unsaid. They have it in themselves, and they see it with others. And still it is not said. It leads to a very interesting, more dynamic type of bias, which is called pluralistic ignorance. If the executives do a proposal, whatever it is, it's the investment budget or a specific investment or how to deal with this or that problem, they make it to the non-executive. They present it, PowerPoint slides, huge explanations, etc. And then the question comes, who wants to reflect? Are there any questions? And nobody says anything because people are confused and thinking and some hesitation about how to speak first. Some people never have that hesitation in a boardroom, by the way, but most people have a little bit of that hesitation. Am I the first to speak? So nobody speaks. When that silence lingers, people start to think that actually the other people in the room agree with the proposal. And then I'd better agree as well. And boards then agree to a proposal, a decision, where every board member may have had hesitations that they were unable to express immediately. The road to Abilene, maybe some of you know that story. There's a family sitting on the porch of a ranch in Texas. It's heat, blistering heat, Sunday afternoon. They're actually all bored, don't know what to do. And suddenly Dad asks, where are we going to eat tonight? What are we going to eat or where? And Mom says, we have some leftovers. No response. And Dad says, we can drive to Abilene and have dinner there, which is a 2-hour drive. And the son asks, is the echo of the car fixed? No, it's not fixed. And they get into the car. They have dinner in Abilene. They come back in the evening, they sit again on the porch. And Father says, that was a horrible dinner. But you proposed to go. I never wanted to go there, but yeah, I just said that. Nobody wanted to go to Abilene in a car with no air conditioning. 2 hours drive back and forth, bad dinner. And they went. That happens in boardrooms too. That's pluralistic ignorance. James Westphal wrote papers about that, how that works in boardrooms. This level of experience informs us, individuals in the boardroom, to behave in certain ways or in different ways. And we can feel that somebody else's experience is different, but we don't know how to address it. And then we start to address strategy, finance, investment decision as a thing to contest. We start to talk about that. I'll skip the examples in terms of line for the time reasons. Those experiences are also created by the constellation, the context in which we operate. And one way to look at that reality of the context in which we operate is through the concept of fault lines. We know the concept of fault lines in geology. Breaches in the Earth crust, tectonic plates moving, building up pressure, and every now and then the pressure is released, we have an earthquake shattering, and if that happens to be on the place where we live, we are in sincere trouble. And San Francisco is waiting for the next one, the San Andreas fault line. That happens, that exists also in organizations. It's an idea that you can apply to organizations and teams and boards. Fault lines as demarcations of perhaps even hypothetical distinctions that we have between people within a team or within a larger organization or with the organization and the outside world. Something that distinguishes some members from members that have different characteristics. If I would hand out red and green caps to you arbitrarily, you would immediately identify with the others who have a red cap because you have a red cap. You have no idea why it's for, what it's for. You have no idea of the purpose. You don't know what actually binds you. It's completely random, and nonetheless, you sense that your red team, not green team, a fault line, an unnatural, arbitrary fault line is created. We have this in teams, and we see that people in organizations and teams struggle to become effective across the fault lines. And we've designed a whole concept of frameworks, mental frameworks that we derive from psychology and developmental psychology and all sorts of knowledge that we can have that is existing, also academically, in the world of how people respond and behave and shape their experiences, to get a sight of that constellation. And we use this, and it is way too much to explain in detail to you, which I will not do. But the idea is this. There are dormant fault lines, demarcations that simply exist as a matter of fact. It's not right or wrong. You have men and women. In the board, you have executives and non-executives. It's a matter of fact distinction between us. You have people who have financial experience, you have people without financial experience. Simply matter of fact distinction between people. These distinctions, demarcation lines, can be activated by a word that is said, or a moment in the boardroom, or a phase that you go through. It might be an incident, a one thing, tiny little thing that activates a fault line, and suddenly the fault line is felt, is really experienced. The challenge then is to make that an effective experience in the sense, I now see that you have a very different interest or a very different perception than I have, but let's make that in a let's use that diversity to start to cooperate and make sense of that jointly. What happens in reality is that very often that moment of activation actually leads to polarization. A fault line becomes a front line. We're opposed towards each other. And what we see in boards, in teams, in organizations at large, that people are very good in cultivating these fault lines as front lines, as things that oppose ourselves against somebody else. There are two core ingredients that decide whether you are going to get to the polarization environment and stay there probably, or become cooperative, although you feel the distinctions. But you reach out, you find a way to reach out to make sense of that together. The first is it clear that we have a joint primary purpose and particularly task? And I'll say a few things about that task element too. And do we actually work on that joint primary task? The more that we actually do it and jointly feel this is what we need to do, this is our role, our responsibility, our task in this team, in the board, in the corporation, the easier it is to accept differing views and perception and interest and bring it together. The less that joint primary purpose and task is clear and the less we actually work on it, the higher the likelihood is that you start to polarize, because you don't know why you're actually joined, what you're supposed to be doing, and you're not actually doing it jointly. The second is a quality of interaction which we call reflexivity. And reflexivity is the quality in which you can really put the dilemmas on the table. You're not making assumptions about somebody else's perception or interest or incentive. You're questioning it. You're asking about this, and you are honest enough to say, yeah, we have an opposing view. We have opposing interest. But let's start to think about this jointly and see whether we, from those coming from different angles, can actually make sense of that together as a board. That requires also learning, the ability and the willingness to learn something and to engage in a discussion of which you don't know yet whether the outcome will be what you thought at the start. An openness to hear others. You need trust and safety in that. Now, to single out one element of that, this primary task. The primary task, as we use that word in our work with boards, is not about the mission. It's not the mission itself or the purpose. It is the work that needs to be done to reach the objectives, to actually get to delivering on the mission. What is the work to be done? And it is the work that this team, and let's assume it's the board, only the board can do that work. If the board doesn't do it, nobody else will do it in the corporation. It's the type of bringing together thoughts and ideas at a level where only you can do it. That's the sort of decision the board should take. When we work with boards, we ask them, first of all, what do you think your primary task actually is? And we see often, certainly in conflicting boards, a large variety of what the things they think they should be doing. And they need to talk with each other about what they should actually be doing. And then the second question is, if you now know what your task is, the real work that you should do in order to deliver on your mission, are you actually spending your best time to do that? Or are you spending your time on something else? most of the boards spend their time on something else. They don't do what they believe themselves to be their primary task. They get mixed up in all sorts of discussions and dialogues that distract them from their primary task. One mechanism through which that works is through social defenses, and here is how this works. Every primary task, the real work that needs to be done at board level, comes with a primary risk. You might get it wrong. Your assessment of the reality of your corporation or the external circumstances might simply be wrong. The assessment of your quality to address it might be wrong. You may take the wrong decisions. And because these are the core dilemmas of the corporation, if you get it wrong, it's wrong big time for the corporation. That means some level of failure is going to occur if you get it wrong. It's not just, we could have improved on that. No, it matters that you get it right. So it generates risk. And when we sense risk, we feel anxiety. All of us. When we sense that risk, we don't have to say it. But if we sense the level of, there's risk involved here, we feel anxious. Now, good boards, what good boards do is be honest about that anxiety and transform it back to the primary task. And nonetheless, knowing that we feel anxious, what makes sense? They are on task. What many boards sometimes do is actually get off task. They start to do things in order not to have to deal with the anxiety related to the primary task. They start to avoid the primary task in order not to feel the heat of the anxiety. And they do it through what we call social defenses. And there are a number of types of social defenses that we see in psychology. A typical type of response is to always flee the arena, to not talk about it. As soon as this subject comes up, we say, no, we delay that for another board meeting. Or we need more time to reflect on this, so let's discuss it next time. And it happens next time exactly the same, and we move it on. Another typical way, and this happened in the hospital that I'm working with, is to constantly fight. Constantly generate conflict about nonsense, probably, in order not to have to deal with the real issue that you're confronted with. Another great example that I once witnessed is an institutionalized form of social defense. I once worked with the board of a pension fund where employers and employee representatives and retired people sit together, and they have a few core things to decide about. To what extent does the pension grow with inflation rate? To what extent do we raise the pension premium? Since the financial crisis, the asset management of pension funds is poor typically, so the reserves are down, and they have to make adjustments. Do we make cuts on the pensions? There are core conflicts lying beneath this between retired people, currently working people, and employees who have to pay up part of that too. There's a constant conflict. What did this board do? As soon as the conflict arose, they set up a committee. And they asked outsiders to start to advise. And they drilled it down to a technical level, involving all the stakeholders. They did that so well that they were complicated by the Dutch regulator, the Dutch central bank said, you are an example to the pension fund industry. And I told them, actually, it's a great example to avoid what you should be doing. You've perfected it in such a way that you even get you get great quality comments from your regulator, avoiding the real decisions that you need to make. That's the level that in our practice we seek to understand, and we use concepts like these, social defense, that come from the psychological field, to make sense of how people do this in the boardroom. I'll skip this in the interest of time. Second topic that is relevant. Am I good on time? Sort of. Wow, 2 minutes. Okay. How much time do you have? Let me go quick and speed through. There is a big crisis going on, I believe, in the modern corporation. And if I say it very briefly, if you read this slide, the dominant thinking of shareholder value dominance that has got across not just the United States and the UK, but also in Europe, and also in our country where we have a stakeholder belief, we think, but in practice, that is not what we're doing. We talk about this, but the core drivers are to produce the shareholder value. In that way of thinking, the cost of generating profits to shareholders in society are not your concern. They are, as economists would call them, externalities. And they only become your concern to the extent that regulators or public opinion forces you to do that. Only when you're forced by the outside to take this into account, then you will do so. Fromm and Weber, Erich Fromm and Max Weber wrote about the sort of thing that goes on in our mind when we do this. Shareholder value and the dominance, the exclusive nature that it has received has become a sort of idol, as Fromm would call it. We've created the concept ourselves. It did not exist before 1990, not really. Before 1980, perhaps, in any technical sense on how to do this. We created it ourselves. It's a concept in our mind. Human beings made this. But once we think of it, we say, well, this is simply the nature of things. We can't do much about this. That's what you need to do. If you want to survive in an environment of a listed company, you better create shareholder value, otherwise you're out. Nothing else to it. And we no longer take responsibility for the mental creation of shareholder value as the single yardstick to look at. We don't feel responsible for it. It happens to us. That is idolatry. We build a golden calf ourselves, and then we start to worship it, and there's nothing we can do. We simply have to worship it in order to get rain or food or whatever, something good. It leads to what I call amorality. In the boardroom, it is not necessarily relevant that you make judgments about the impact of the corporate behavior on others. The first thing that matters is whether it is profitable for shareholders. And only when the outside world forces you, you start to think, okay, maybe I'm responsible a little bit, because otherwise there's a punishment somewhere. It resulted in society and business becoming disconnected. And I think this is what we sense typically when we look at the concerns of the world on climate, social, societal degradation, social injustice. These are matters that are happening in society where corporations have a big impact. But it doesn't matter for corporations where their core thinking is, how do we produce shareholder value? It only will start to happen and to matter if either public opinion or the regulatory environment, including courts that tell companies what to do, then it becomes relevant. My personal belief is we can't afford corporations to continue like that. We're too much at risk as the world and as human societies to allow that to happen. We need to reconnect business to society, and there have been proposals made. I've made some of these proposals myself about the purpose of the corporation that should be enshrined in its articles. Your role is not just to be profitable for shareholders, but use your entrepreneurial engine to produce something that is of value to society and that you measure, that you're concrete about. I propose particularly the inclusion of a duty of societal responsibility for board members in Dutch law, and it's discussed at the European level as well. We have a lot of initiatives in reporting on not just the impact of the corporation's work on financial capital, but also on human, social, natural capital. My core tenet for today is all of these, in whatever shape or form we get to this, whether it's binding in law or aspirational in corporate governance codes or whatever we think about this, if we really take this serious and want to do it, and I think we should in light of the concerns of the world, it requires that we become human again in the boardroom. One element of that is to start to distinguish again between choice and decision. Decisions about sustainability are about the question, is there a business case to produce our goods in a sustainable way? If there is, it makes sense to do so. Choice is a very different type of question. If we don't change the way we do our business, we have a huge impact on the world that my children and their children will have to live in. And probably, and we know that today, the cost price they are going to pay is much higher than the cost price we need to pay if we start to adapt now. We know that. Not being a board that only takes decisions, but having the courage to become a board that makes choices. What sort of corporation you want to be in life, in society, in this world. That's a very different level of understanding. It's not decision, It's choice. It touches on internal beliefs, values, our intention. I go quick, Niels. One element of that, I won't go that quick, by the way, because I really want to say this. There's a lot of resistance in the business community against this. I felt that resistance very personally myself when I made these proposals. People have been very negative about me from my own community, the business community in which I work and advise and sit on boards, etc. And it may have to do with our need, our fundamental human need, again, to protect ourselves against anxiety. And when I thought about that, I started to read the work of Edgar Schein, a cultural, organizational psychologist. And he has worked with the US Army and has worked in corporation, and he sees different types of anxiety. And he says, organizations want to change and adapt, that's the storyline, but constantly they fail. Why do they fail? That is because the learning anxiety of the people in the organization is simply too high. People are afraid of learning. As soon as we become self-conscious, as grown-ups, beyond our child's phase, we start to worry about the impression we make on others. We become self-conscious. And we don't want to leave a bad impression like, I don't know this, or I make mistakes in learning it. Learning, by definition, is generating bad impressions because you don't know it yet. Learning involves two things: letting go of the things that you took for granted and are good at, taking away deliberately your certainty, and then stepping into a realm that you don't know that you're good at. You don't know how others will see you when you fail, you make mistakes, and you're slow in your learning process. Learning anxiety is what we as grown-ups struggle with in organizations, and that plays a huge resistance against any change. Today in society, we all need to change. As society, we feel learning anxiety in the transformation that is necessary to deal with our climate and our societal challenges. Schrein says, typically organizations only really start to do that when their survival anxiety is higher. If we can't survive, if we suddenly feel that we can't survive, if we go on the way that we did before, we force ourselves to start to learn. Then suddenly we want to do it. And I give you one example that people in the Netherlands will know, and it will become a bigger example probably. Tata Steel. Steel company for more than 100 years in this country. It creates enormous environmental damage and health problems for people who live around that factory, who depend on it for their work. It's very double. They are the third CO2 emittent in the Netherlands, after Royal Dutch Shell and the chemical plant of Dow in Zeeland. Their emissions are enormous. What happened 2 months ago? A report came out on the health problems the Tata Steel factory created in this country and around the factory. And people in the newspapers, journalists, but also others, start to express concerns. And one of them actually literally raised the question, do we dare to raise the question whether we should stop producing steel in an environment where so many people live? Do we dare to raise the question? And now that the question was out, people in Parliament took that question and said, yes, we do raise the question. Maybe we should stop it. The company had been engaged and aware of these problems for decades. Try to change and do things and improve a little bit, but not that much, nothing fundamental. And suddenly their survival was at stake because people in Parliament started to discuss, shall we shut down the steel factory? Survival anxiety suddenly became bigger than their own resistance against learning. What did they do? And this is incredibly courageous of the board of that Tata Steel. They said, after 2 weeks of deliberation, we're going to do this fundamentally different. By 2030, we will have green steel, no CO2 emissions. We'll use hydrogen. We cannot do this alone because we need infrastructure in this country that we cannot provide. Actually, we need a lot of green energy that we can't build. We need windmills and solar plants that we can't make ourselves, but we need that in order to have sufficient energy from a green nature to produce steel greenly. But we are committed to do it. The board that took that decision, and I've been in touch with them over the last few weeks, took that decision at a level of choice, not at the level of a business decision. Because they simply have to think again, how do we make sense of a business model in which we do this? That still comes, that has to come, and they have to think about this. But at the level of choice, they became human, I argue, and started to take a decision, a choice, a direction that is fundamentally going to transform this corporation. Suddenly, the board was human again. Last comment. Being human, also in the board space, but not only in the board space, anywhere we work and live, have relations with others, requires practicing. And if you look at philosophers from East and West, about that core notion of being human as a need to practice, they've said many things that tell us about this. Aristotle told about virtues and virtue ethics and the wisdom to distinguish between honesty and compassion, for example. Only by practicing, you learn how to do this. Only by making mistakes, you slowly become wise. That's why I'm happy to be 58 here rather than 29. Not suggesting that I'm wise, but at least I've made my mistakes, definitely. Thomas of Aquino said exactly the same in the Middle Ages. Prayer, that's what he talked about, doesn't give you any answer. Nobody speaks back to you immediately. But if you continue to do that as moments of reflection, at some point something will come into your mind that informs you what to do, what to accept, what to be serene about, and where to say, actually, I'm responsible for this, I have to do something. Buddha said exactly the same. Still your mind through meditation. And the first time you meditate, and many of you may have practiced that, I certainly tried. Failure all over the place. When does my mind get still? It takes such a long time. It needs practicing. Benjamin Franklin, founding father of the United States, many other qualities. He thought of himself as a very virtuous man, and he wrote down the virtues that he believed in, 14, I think. And then he wrote down in his diary on a daily basis whether he actually did it. Big disappointment. Almost nothing of it that he held dear, he actually did himself. But he continued writing down every day, and then the revelation came. By reminding himself every day, he slowly got better. He became more virtuous, according to his own standard. Skip Barry Schwartz, just Peter Sloterdijk. Peter Sloterdijk, the German philosopher, wrote, I don't know whether some of you have read some of his work, it's almost ununderstandable. The way that he creates language and words, it's amazing. It takes quite some time to get through that. But he wrote a book about this, and the theme of the book is what he calls anthropotechnique. We need to learn what it means to be a human being. That is a technique we can practice. We need to practice. And the title of the book comes from a poem of Rilke. And the poem of Rilke is about that statue. The poem is called Archaischer Torso Apollos. Archaic torso of an Apollo without a head. And Rilke in the poem describes the torso and describes the missing head that you can't see, but you feel what the head must have looked like when you see the body. Because otherwise the body would not have looked so splendid, so powerful. And the power of it would not break out of the statue. That's how Rilke describes it. And in the last two sentences of the poem flips completely. It's no longer about the poem. It is about you. Denn da ist keine Stelle da, die dich nicht sieht. There's no place of the statue that does not see you. You have to change your life. Du musst dein Leben ändern. That's the title of the book of Peter Sloterdijk. This is what it is all about. And only when we are human, also in the boardroom, we will be able to change corporations. And we have to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jaap, for this very interesting, very challenging talk. I think the silence in the room was telling. So I think there might be some questions in the room. We have two people with microphones. So I see one question up here in front. Yeah?
Yeah, this was very interesting. Thank you for telling us this and learning from your experience from the last 29 years and before, I guess. A really good talk. One thing puzzles me, and that's about the primary task. I would think that the primary task of a board or a non-executive board would be to guide the mission, the reason of being of the company, so it judges everything in that context. So how did you mean that? That sentence somewhere in one of your slides that you said, well, it felt something else. Yeah.
Yeah, and thanks, Stefan, for your question. The primary task is not an abstract notion we have to work towards our mission. The primary task is the real work that you need to do as a board in order to do that. What needs to be on your agenda? Is it only about strategy? Or is it also about culture? Boards hardly ever talk about culture, for example. While we know that in transformative processes of cooperation, something has to change in the way we do things. Yeah. We never talk about that. If the board doesn't live that, is it on the agenda of the board? That's the core question of primary task. Is that what you do? Is that your working agenda? Do you talk about this? Do you take decisions? How do you get there?
And then my question would be, how does this all relate to the kind of guarding the totem of the company that the board should do?
Well, in light of that mission, that's the challenge, I think. What is the work that we need to do and make in order to make that happen?
Okay.
So for Tata Steel board, it is one of the core things they have to do, and nobody else in the corporation can do it, is to make the choice that we want to be a green steel company. That's what they had to do. Nobody else in the corporation could do that. Only the board could do that. They have to sit down and work through and think, not just making the choice, but now what? What do we need to do to make that work? How do we make that a viable business? Yeah. Who do we need to engage outside in the government to build infrastructure that helps us do it? What do we need to change in all of our business processes? Because we're going to go use hydrogen, etc., etc. Yeah. That's board work.
Yeah, clear. Thank you.
That's the work, primary task.
Thank you very much. There is a question, Ruth.
Hello, my name is Ruth Aguilera, and I come from Northeastern University in the US. So thank you so much for your talk. It was very interesting. I have a question because many of us come from outside the Netherlands. So I have a question regarding your expertise as a practitioner as well in the Netherlands on corporate governance. So in the US, one thing that boards are very worried about, and we have an expert here, Margaretha Wisserman, who will be in the panel later, is on the issue of shareholder activists, not only the activist hedge funds, but also other, socially responsible investors. So as somebody who works a lot with boards, what is in the Netherlands and maybe more broadly in Europe, this relationship, the board with these shareholder activists that are becoming so prominent? And again, I'm thinking here on the case of the famous case that in the US, we talk about the AkzoNobel case, but also more recently in the regulation with the Shell, sure, sister to Exxon, etc. This new environment, which is the external pressure on the board for very informed, very activist shareholders. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. That definitely is a concern also in boardrooms in the Netherlands, and least of all probably also with Royal Dutch Shell. They're in the middle of it with activists in their shareholders meeting who try to get to decision making by the corporation that forces them to be much more forthcoming in getting away from fossil fuel. They're being forced by outside courts to do that. So it's a big concern, and my reading of the resistance against this is this notion of learning anxiety. I think many people who sit on boardrooms in the Netherlands, but also in the US, probably everywhere, not everyone by the way, but many, are sensitive at a personal level to the challenges of the world. We are concerned about climate. I think there's an exception of maybe 10% of people who couldn't care less and it's not going to happen, it's not relevant anyway, but most of us are really deeply concerned. But how do you transform that concern into actionable business decisions that make a viable business? You don't know. That's where learning anxiety comes up. And when learning anxiety kicks in, you start to resist. You're going to explain to activists, why do you only turn to me? That doesn't generate a level playing field, because now you force me to do something, but Exxon and others and Conoco can continue with the work that we have just stopped. It's not a level playing field. The government should interfere. I can't do anything until somebody else does something. That is a social defense against your learning anxiety. And what I tell boards is that the only moment and the only situation in which you really start to solve the problem is when you start to own up to it. It is my problem because I'm Shell, or because I'm Tata Steel, or anybody else. And if you're not in industrial sense, I was on the board of Randstad, a staffing company. There's a strong impact in the social environment, temporary work. It is the responsibility of Randstad to do that in a responsible way and to not create precarious work situations. You have to own up. Only then you will have both the courage to face it and the creativity to solve it. And that's what boards struggle. And that struggle, the resistance that you feel, one way of explaining it is this learning anxiety.
You have the case of Danone, right? You have like a huge pressure, other pressures as well.
Yeah. And again, going back to primary task, it is the primary task of the board to make sense of that. What I'm saying, and I think that is, for me, has become personally very crucial. Only when you own up to the responsibility, you will be able to work with these pressures in a way that actually benefits the world. If you start to do that constantly from a position of resistance, you're never going to solve it. And I'm really concerned that we don't have enough time, and that my kids and their kids are going to pay the price that we now create. And that's at the level, again, at the level of choice, not at the level of business model. Can we make a business model? We also have to do that. But if we only think at that level, we'll never get there.
Thank you. There is a question on this side.
So you speak about being human, but you are a lawyer, right?
I am lawyer.
You are a lawyer, right? You come from law, basically, so you think like a lawyer. So I think what you just said was, let's kind of beef up the legal liability. But what will happen to the humaneness on the board if you beef up the legal liability here? I guess you understand what I mean about that. You'll get a lot of risk aversion, a lot of blame shifting,
absolutely.
a lot of all that crap. And this is precisely what we don't want.
So one of the things I've said, the reason why we made this proposal about the duty of societal responsibility is not to beef up the level of liability. And I think in most jurisdictions, most courts will give wide discretion to boards to make sense of their different and varying responsibilities and to make judgments. Only when judgments are made that no reasonable board member actually could make, courts typically would interfere. But if that's the case, and I take comfort in that the actual risk of liability is not that high. But even if we fear it, fear alone can be more important than the reality that we fear. Maybe we should say, let's introduce such a duty and put it down in codes or in law. But let's say for the first 5 years, no litigation against directors personally on this ground, on the basis of this role. Let's just cut it out. Say, okay, we need to learn this. Let's reduce the learning anxiety in order to feel safer to start to experiment and learn together how to do this. Why would we not say that? Would say that. Law is omnipotent.
Okay, there is a question over there.
Hi, thank you. Cynthia Williams from the VU when I'm in the Netherlands, and Osgoode Hall Law School in Canada. You talk about the amorality. The amorality, I actually think that there's a sense in which the fiduciary concept of loyalty to the shareholders provides a screen of morality, but also a potential feeling that I am acting as a board member in a loyal, moral way. And I connect this to some recent research that I've seen where 80% of board members today think that climate change is a very serious issue, but they haven't ever brought it up at the board level, and that use the screen of their fiduciary duties to the shareholders. So what do you think about these disparate points? Can you put that together into a coherent question?
and even respond to the question then. Okay. Great question, Cynthia. What I sense, I think you're right. The loyalty to shareholders, the shareholder value, this is our duty, stops me from considering other aspects, which basically means that is what we find out now, is that perhaps sometimes in some corporations, 80% of the impact, the actual impact the corporation has, is outside of the scope of the board. They look at only maybe 10, 20, whatever number, part of the impact that they actually have. They do not feel responsible for the rest of the impact. It's not my responsibility to look at that, because I'm only responsible for this. And I think that we can't afford to have corporations anymore and board members guiding corporations in the field of uncertainty with that in their mind. That is no longer good enough. The world needs something better. And this is, I think, from my perspective, where I come from after 30 years of studying corporate law and corporate governance, that is a transformation of what we believe corporations should be doing. It is taking notice and feeling responsible of the impact outside. And that is a different type of corporate, that's a different type of board. I focused on the human aspect of it today, but it requires different board practices, different types of information, different types of shareholder or stakeholder engagement. Who do you allow to speak to you to get informed about the impact that is broader than just the financial impact? I'm not sure that made sense as an answer. But anyway.
Okay, I see one other finger, and that I would like to use that as a last question.
Okay, too much pressure. Thank you very much for your talk. As someone who has their feet both in academia and practice, I was wondering if you had any advice for academics trying to get access to the boardroom, because I've been quite unsuccessful at doing that, so I was wondering if you had any tips there.
Get in touch with people who have access to the boardroom.
Fair
That's
enough.
a very, very handy tip. The reason why our PhD student could do this, because I called up the chairs of these boards and said, hey, would you allow a student of mine to look at? And they said, well, it would be a great way to investigate how we do things, to have our board meeting observed. So they were actually the building, that's a good thing to say, the building corporation environment in the Netherlands is under a huge survival anxiety. That pushes them to want to learn. They need to, because they had so many scandals. So the government, politicians are extremely critical on that part of the sector. So yes, and so get to know people.
Sure.
And offer to them, and I think that's the second part, direct learnings for their board. Not just take away your data and then start them, but how do you compare your data with data somewhere else? How does this compare with what I've seen somewhere else? This strikes me. It's interesting, perhaps to think about.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, looking at the time, I think we should maybe end here and go for lunch. But before we do that, I would very much like to thank Jaap Winter for his very interesting and challenging talk. And to show our appreciation, we have a little present you hopefully can bring easily back to Amsterdam. Okay. Dank je wel. Okay, dank je wel. Okay, so then I would like to invite all of you to go downstairs again, go to the lunch room. You've been there, it's next to the coffee. And we have lunch until 1:45, because then the next session starts. Sorry? Yeah.
keen on hearing how you can advise us on that. Yeah?
Yes.
And then finally, we have Jacobine Brinkman. And she is a managing partner of the program of supervisory boards at PricewaterhouseCoopers in the Netherlands. But apart from that, so I mean, in this position, she talks a lot with boards and she talks a lot with directors from an accounting perspective, but also from a larger governance perspective. So I think you have lots of experience. But apart from that role, I think it's great that you're here because you are also director yourself in many quite, salient positions, I think, in the Netherlands, and also within those firms, I think you probably are dealing with these changes that they are confronted with, right? And so, it's not all right here on the screen, but what she also just joined is director of the Women Inc., which is a very important organization in the Netherlands to promote equality and to enhance women's positions in directorship. So, yeah, I think you do great work. So happy for you to be here. Now, having given you this introduction, I now would share a little bit of information about the setup of the panel. It's a little bit of a tryout, but I think it will go okay. What I ask each panel member is to present me with a statement, kind of a bold statement, and they have to defend it, right? And it can be a statement, I think at least you thought of that statement and you want to defend it, so it's something that you stand behind, but it could be something that you think, oh no, but I'm not, I would think differently, right? But we're going to hear what they have to say about it. They're going to debate about it with each other, so each time one of the panel members first going to present the statement, starting with Carina, and then Eric, and then Jacobine, and they're going to present their stand. Then they're going to debate about it, about each of these stands together, and so we learn from it, and then hopefully you will join, right? So if you have a question, please raise your hand and ask questions and give your opinions about these statements. So that's kind of the format. Yeah, hopefully it works. Shall we start? Yes.
Yep.
Yeah? Okay. Carina, I've put the statement from you on the screen. Her statement was, for boards to embrace and thrive from disruption, individual directors must be prepared to be the disruptor. Few are. Yeah? So Carina, would you like to elaborate on this one?
Well, sure. So look, I'm just speaking from personal experience and anecdotal experience of speaking to other directors. This is absolutely not scientific, unlike most of the people in this room. But what I've experienced and what my friends and colleagues have experienced is that, particularly in respect of climate change, but I'm also going to touch on the pandemic. If you believe the scientists, right? So this is not a matter of belief. If you accept the inevitability, the urgency, the complexity, et cetera, of the climate challenge, then you have a sense of alarm and also a sense that disruption is heading, it's hurtling at us, like at the speed of a freight train. And oftentimes, I'd say most of the time on boards, there's a certain complacency that comes from focusing on what we've always focused on, the quarterly numbers and the audit and the enterprise risk map, such as it has always been, without, challenging it to take into account something as systemic and as complex as climate change. And so what's happened to me, what's happened to many of my colleagues, is that they feel that when they put the issue on the table, it's almost like a cognitive dissonance. It's too much and it's swept aside. That's starting to change now because of so much pressure from the investors. But by and large, you find that directors have a tendency to continue to do what they are comfortable doing. And disruption is not something that we are naturally wired to deal with. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called disruption. The very nature of disruption is that it's unexpected, it's nonlinear, So I think in order to be that person who really drives that view in the boardroom, you have to be prepared to be disruptive yourself. And being the disruptor means you're not going to be popular. Even if you do it in a really friendly and constructive way, you're still not going to be popular. So who wants that? Nobody wants to be unpopular.
Thank you. And Shall I first give the floor to you, whether you agree with this statement? And I would also like to hear whether you have solutions for it, on how to make directors a little bit more disruptive, perhaps, if this is your end goal. But let me first give the floor to you. Perhaps you can respond.
Oh yes, I can. As I will explain later, I agree. Board members have to be disruptive. However, you cannot do it alone. So if you have only one person in the boardroom who's disruptive, he will do it once, he will try it once, he will try it twice, and then he's out. So you need more than one. There's one article written, a research done by MIT, and they say it takes 3 to tango. Well, I think you need 2, at least, disruptive people in the boardroom in order to actually help the company go forward, and they can add a lot of value. If you don't have them, well, 1, it's a missed opportunity, and 2, I wouldn't invest in the company, but that doesn't say that much. 3, that company will be in trouble later because it will find it very difficult to remain relevant. Because what I have also seen is that if the board is not innovative, not digital savvy, not disruptive, as was said, they will kill a lot of innovation. So as soon as something boils up from the ground, some innovative ideas, it will get to the board at one point. They will kill it because they do the same thing as they've always done, where they feel comfortable. So yes, I agree, but not 1, probably 2 or more. And I will explain that later when I defend my statement.
Okay, thank you. Jacobina.
No, I certainly think this is a statement that is that's right, and actually I talked to a board this week, and they reached a certain point where actually the organization wanted to change, but it was the board who was always asking these old-fashioned questions, as they said. So they literally said, you know, we have this board meeting, we prepare documents. We even do not put a lot of effort anymore in preparing the documents. We get it over as soon as possible, and then we move on. So in this board is a complete mismatch. And now, something else that came to my mind when Christina was talking is that you, at the same time, always have to be very, very clear. What is your responsibility as a supervisory board member and as an executive board member? And maybe you have a view, because somehow that starts mixing up a little bit. And the question is that bad or right? But that's also something. So you have a certain role to accelerate, but you cannot do it on your own, not on your own as one of the board members, but not on your own as just being the board, who is the supervisor. So how do you get things done? And yeah.
Would you like to respond to this, Katrina?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Yes. Well, to Edith's point, if you don't have another person on the board who's a disruptor, I actually had a situation where there was another disruptor and he resigned in protest. So I ended up being the only one. And I don't like to think of myself as a disruptor, but I'm just saying, there was nobody else. There was a CEO who was very, very smart and understood, and but did it on his own without engaging the board. And what I thought was, okay, I'm alone, and I'm not going to, as Eric said very rightly, I'm not going to change anybody by working alone. What's out there that I could point to, that I could say, look, we're behind. Here's a standard of best practice, and we are not applying it. And there was none for climate governance. And that's when I set to work creating it. And so that, I think, when your back is against the wall and you don't have a partner in crime in the board, you have to think creatively about where to find help. And so for me, it was a combination of speaking to investors to find out what their expectations were of us directors, and then speaking to the World Economic Forum and persuading them to create a standard for board directors that we could then push out to everyone saying, this is what we have to do.
So what I have as a question for you, so you were in this board with that other person who resigned. Did you consider resigning yourself because you were in it with sort of the same goal? No?
No, I did not. I was very disappointed when he resigned. No, I didn't want to give up.
Good for you, yeah.
Perhaps I can ask the audience whether you have anything to comment on this statement or any questions perhaps for the panel about this or your views on this. Yeah?
We usually say that boards have collective responsibility. The board is a team, you know, you cannot act individually. And you're saying you want to disrupt this, right? You're actually acting against that. And so it's very provocative in a sense, so can you find a balance here?
Shall I answer?
Yeah.
Okay, sure. I mean, look, it's a little bit of a caricature what I said here. I mean, it's not like I'm coming in, you know, dropping bombs in the boardroom. It's not that. It's for my personality is to be, you know, very deliberative and you know, dialogue oriented and constructive. But it's also to drop in that question, that comment that that is a little bit disorientating to other people in the room who don't understand why I'm coming at it from that angle. So, but you're right, it has to be a balance. If you make yourself so unpleasant that you know, engender hostility, you won't achieve anything at all. So, you know, it's also a case of building links with people around the table. And my special trick was to plant the idea and plant the seed of an idea in the mind of someone else on the board who was very, very influential, and then let him present his idea, which wasn't. But that way you get it on the table, and it's a lot of the time what matters is who says it rather than what is said. And to my mind, it was a case of getting people to join me in promoting some of these ideas.
Yeah, does that answer your question? Is there another question? Yeah, there's another question there.
Hi, I totally understand the statement that you're making. I mean, in the US at least, it's well known that boards are not disruptive. And if you're a disruptive board member, you're the skunk at the picnic, you're not liked. And as one of the directors I interviewed said, when you become a board director, you've joined the most exclusive club in the world, and you're not about to do anything to be voted off the island. So given that reality, which I think it is there anything that you would suggest that could be done to either board composition or board structure or the way boards meet that would lead to an environment where board members would feel more comfortable raising what I would call hard questions?
Yeah, I have strong views on these that are not, on this, as you might expect, that are not always embraced by others. So I am a strong believer in the value of board directors engaging themselves, not via management, investor relations, or anybody else, with investors, in order to hear unfiltered from investors what they expect of us. And that, oftentimes the investors are a few steps ahead of us on the issues. I also think that has value with other non-investor stakeholders. This is very controversial in many parts of the world. There is this feeling that, sort of like what you said, this fortress of the board does not want to be, exposed to people who may be critical, does not want to be asked questions, the answers to which they may not know. I have no problem saying, I don't know, can I come back to you? Or I don't know, and I'm not even sure I'm allowed to give you an answer, but let me pass that on to management. I'm very, very candid, but I do think that and I've seen it happen when we've had investors speak out about the issues, it has brought the board around to see things through a different lens. So outside people, whether they be investors or stakeholders, I think is a very valuable way of kind of opening minds and creating space for more disruptive thinking.
Yeah, thank you. Does that provide an, yeah, thanks. Yeah, so thank you for this statement and also the answers. Actually, I think in response to the first question that was raised in the audience, I think my takeaway of what you said was also that it's not that your statement contains that you need to be disruptive just for the sake of being disruptive, right? It's just trying to be innovative rather than disruptive. But by being innovative, you automatically, as a side effect, also tends to create a little bit of disruption, right?
Yes,
but just so that you have an open view towards innovation. And your way to achieve it is to have more direct contact with all stakeholders of a firm rather than communicate indirectly with them via the management board, right?
Exactly.
That would be kind of your takeaway message, which I think I would agree with. Would you too?
Yes, for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
To add one thing, how can you change it? Well, first is training. Boards need a different training. The board training that, and now I generalize, but most of the training that I attended myself as well, is exactly what you just described. You just sit there, you ask questions, but not the very difficult ones, and then you just go through the agenda, which is always too long, too many things to digest, and then you go home again and wait for the next meeting, and then you get a lot of information again, and we call them these waterfall boards. So you get like information just before the board meeting. One day before the board meeting, they just add some more papers to you. And you sit there, you prepare them, but then, all these committees have their responsibility, the audit committee, enumeration committee, and then whenever there's something that they have to say, you look at them, you checked it, okay, next, because we're already under pressure. So boards need more training, but I think managers should understand that they could use board members better, and that they can add value, they can find blind spots, they can help you, but then it all depends on the composition of the board. And that's why we need a disruptor to wake up the collective. Because sometimes when you do that, certain very interesting things happen. But board training definitely has to change. And that's not my statement. Warren Buffett, he had in one article, he said, well, the boards are broken. We have too many Cocker Spaniels and we need more pit bulls. We need more business-oriented people and they get paid too much. But okay, this is Warren Buffett, not me. But I think we all know Warren Buffett. Yeah, he knows. He knows what he's doing, I guess. But it's interesting that more and more people see that the boards are broken. The old way of looking at boards, it's just not working anymore. And they can add so much more value. So you miss an opportunity. I think that's how you should look at it.
Great. Do you want to add or shall we continue with...
No, I will add that later.
Yeah,
it's fine.
Yeah, sure? Okay. So thank you. I think we will go to the next statement for the sake of time. But thank you very much for this first start, Carina. And now we go with Eric's statements. And you already kind of gave slowly went into introducing it.
Teaser.
Yeah, you had a teaser. But the statement is quite a direct one. It says, the board is dead, long live the board. So please tell us.
Okay, I can do this the academic way, or I can do it the, let's say, more business practice way. So let's do the business practice way. I work at a company called Signify. And Signify was formerly known as Philips Lighting, so we all know Philips. And we sell light bulbs. And that was our business. For 100 years, we sold light bulbs, many light bulbs. We were the biggest light bulb manufacturer in the world. If we would still sell light bulbs today, if this was the only thing we would do, we will not exist anymore in like 2-3 years. Because the world changed. Technology changed. Now we have LED lighting. These light bulbs last for 10 years. If you just sit there and wait for these things to break down, you will be out of business very soon. So you have to change. That's one thing. Technology changed. We see that consumer behavior changed. These consumers don't come to us and say, we need X light bulbs. No, we need light. And if you need electricity, man, that's your responsibility. So you see that we had to change things. And then we have the connectivity. All of a sudden, we figured out that these light bulbs can be connected to other systems, and then you get the Internet of Things, you get more data. With data, you get smarter, and you can offer better services and a better experience to consumers. So, in order to make that transition, you can say, well, Philips, the only thing you have to do is you have to become more innovative. Wrong. You also have to change your organization, otherwise you're not going to make it. So you are not this hierarchical corporate structure anymore. You have to become a flatter, open structure. Co-creation becomes extremely important because you cannot innovate alone anymore. You need other partners. I already mentioned that if you need electricity, it's our responsibility. So we have to partner with people that we've never seen before. This means different structure. Now, the old board, the one that is dead, and we cannot see my statement anymore because the first speaker is there, but that's fine. The old board was the board that was described here, the board that was sitting there doing all the things, and they are dead. They might have worked, but your academics, me as well, there's a lot of research out there that yes, as supervisors, they might have worked in a hierarchical structure. But in this open structure, they don't work anymore. They have to change their behavior as well, which means, one, they have to be digital savvy, the whole board. This doesn't mean that they have to be artificial intelligence experts, but they at least have to understand what the impact of emerging technology is on the company and society as a whole. That's one. Digitize. Two, companies become ecosystems. They look at Tesla. Tesla's not a car manufacturer anymore, it's something different. Some say it's a robotics company, it could be a data company, they are in insurance, they are in so many other things as well, not only cars anymore. So that ecosystem we have to understand. That's number two. Number three, companies are communities. You really have to understand social media these days and build a community in order to co-create, right? Because co-creation is also with the consumers themselves. That was three. Four, companies should care, which means they should listen, but also show that they actually care. So what Facebook did as a reaction to the whistleblower might not be caring, but just trying to win an argument. Instead of, yes, we made a mistake and this is how we're going to solve it. Then you care. So what Facebook is doing is just something that we have to check. Could hurt them, right? This could be the end of Facebook. So if you have shares, no, don't do anything yet. So that's care. Number five, companies become communicators. Communication becomes extremely important. It's not only data, you have to have a narrative that's connected to that data. And then you start a dialogue with your consumers and with all the other partners around you. And then number six, companies become flatter because you cannot have these very, let's say, hierarchical structures with all these levels anymore. So, and flatter means that also the board becomes closer, and this, now I'm going to answer your question, closer to management. They're not going to sit on the seat of managers, but they will be closer. One, they have to understand better what's happening in that company. They have to understand what's happening in the environment. They have to be more motivated. They have to be thickly informed. And some companies do this really well. If you go to the Netflix website, the Netflix Investor Relations website, they have a statement on corporate governance at Netflix. And they explain how they see the board and how the board becomes more involved in the communication, get better informed, and then you can use them better because that's what they want. They want to use the board as a co-creator. So the board is dead, the corporate governance board, that's dead. But long live the co-creation board, the board that actually understands what's out there, the board that wants to be informed, the board that is digital savvy, the board that understands ecosystems, the board that understands how to communicate, and to understand that they don't sit on the seat of managers, but they can be of a lot of value to these managers in order to deal with disruption and become a disruptor yourself. Thank you. Any questions?
Very well defended. Can I open the floor for the debate and start perhaps with Jacobine? Do you want to respond?
Yeah, and I certainly see what you're saying. Actually, some of the things I am going to say are similar. I don't do it in such a nice way, but certainly. I mean, and the only thing I like to ask you, I mean, this is certainly true for a lot of companies, but what I also think is very true, there are also still old-fashioned boards, so to say, that work really well, and maybe they move forward towards sort of a model that you describe. But I also think if you put it in the way that you just put it, it's also fit for purpose somehow, because there's not one model that will work towards the future. So more of a question and get your view, because when you put it like this, I do not see it work currently for some of the places where I am a board member or companies that I talk to. But there are elements in there, which I will mention also, that are always true on digital, being digital savvy. And so it's also probably a matter of time, and also, you know, somewhere old-fashioned board and your new-fashioned board, there's also a line in between, and you probably have to find out where you are as a board. Is that, I'm just
true.
Stating, but
No,
it's more of a
that's
question.
true. If there was one blueprint that I could give you and that you could just use, man, I would not sit here, I would be very rich. But unfortunately, that's not there. So I referred you to the Netflix website, not to copy-paste it. It's not going to work. If I'm going to Signify, which is a company that's more than 100 years old, I say, well, here we have the Netflix website, just copy-paste it. It's not going to work. You're not going to change culture like that. The only thing you have to realize is that if you still have a very old-fashioned board, one, investors are going to ask questions, particularly about digital and the composition. That's what we see. In the Netherlands, the investors were actually sending letters to companies, and please explain why you appoint that person. Can you explain why this person is important in the digital age? And if you can't, well, they might have questions. They might have questions. And the problem will be that they are not going to invest in you. I think, again, it's opportunities. And if you just have a board that works now, because I'm also a board member at a healthcare organization in the Netherlands, and that's also very disruptive. Healthcare, the same thing. Technology, the patients, well, that's a different from 10 years ago. So it's the consumer behavior. All these things change as well. And I think you always need this mirror as a board when you do evaluation. But again, it's the managers that should understand how boards can actually add a lot of value to them, instead of hiring very expensive consultants that never make mistakes. Because whenever they make a mistake, they say, well, we based our advice on the information you gave us, and you did not give all the information to us. That's why you made a mistake. So that's why I think boards are better, and managers should understand that. And then you get a flatter organization, because culture change starts at the top.
Okay, thanks. You say a lot of things in a very short period of time, very interesting things. Carina, I would also like to hear your view on
hearing this, to me, this sounds disruptive to me. I mean, the idea of approaching board governance in the way that you describe in my big board, where, bear in mind, 2/3 are chosen by the different political parties. 1/3 are chosen by the institutional investors. I'm one of the institutional investor picks. So I think I wouldn't even begin to know where to start. Where I think there's some element of what you described is I'm on the board of a KKR portfolio company. So they basically broke off a division from a big FTSE 100 company and took it private. And we, the board, and they appointed me and some other people, and we, the board members, approach it in a completely different way from my big listed company, much more hands-on. And I don't know that I'd go so far as to say co-create, but it's a much less formalized, much more interactive structure where we're close to management in the way that you were saying. But I think that kind of transformation could work in a brand new economy sector where people are innovative in their bones, innovative in a certain way. I mean, the innovation in the oil and gas sector is the technical stuff about being ever better at finding oil, and now it's having to reinvent its purpose. I think you have to just start from a different place. I think it's really hard to transition from where we are to what you describe. I don't want to say we won't or we couldn't, but to me, it's quite an intimidating process.
It works, but you should start with the communication first. And the way boards are informed. Just start there. Because I had the same problem when I was a board member. I came in and I had all these great ideas, but then I was the only one in the room, so it's not going to work. But if you're going to say, well, the way we are being informed should change. The way reports are written should change. So you focus on the communication, and then you will see that more things are going to change. So what I said was, well, that was like the ultimate board in a very disruptive company, yes. But in companies that are very, let's say, traditional, with a lot of formalities, obviously you cannot do all I cannot come in and say, well, tomorrow we do everything different. It's not going to work. Yeah. But when you start with like communication and having this dialogue, it works. Looking at the agenda, making it less formal, having some time to informally discuss the future of the company, because whatever company you are in, they will have to deal with disruption somehow.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I definitely liked your point about the waterfall, about just the tsunami actually of documents that come our way and come right up until the day of the board, and we end up just being this receptor of information. And in the committee that I chair, I'm very, very clear that the discussion needs to be, you assume we've read the papers, we're going to go straight to questions. I don't want you to repeat what's in the papers. And I don't always succeed in getting people to do that and follow that instruction. But if we can do that, we can then turn it into a real dialogue and a real exchange where we're pushing beyond what's in the papers. But it's a hard thing to do when it's always been done that way, Yeah,
but if you can create a continuous board where the communication is better, the dialogue is better, and the way you are being informed is changed, then you will see that you will get a different dynamic within the board. Yeah. And when you start there, you will see that even I know the boards you're in, and I know what kind of companies you are in, and in the regions, and I teach there as well, and it's always the same thing. They say, oh, we do things differently, but when you start like with the dialogue, it will work. Some things are going to change.
Okay.
You're right.
Thank you. Shall we engage the audience? Do people, see here, questions. Start with you, yeah? Yeah?
Hi, Cynthia Williams. I'm wondering, hi Karina. I'm wondering why Philips changed its name. And was that part of a board change or a culture change? And what about the fact that they had, I think, a pretty positive reputation?
Oh God. Well, this has nothing to do with the board. The thing is that Philips was a conglomerate. I think we started as a lighting company. But then we figured out that light bulbs and tubes can be used for many other things. So then healthcare, radios, televisions, you name it. Then we were extremely big. I think more than 400,000 employees worldwide. But then we started to outsource things. Companies became, in order to deal with disruption, you want to make them leaner, more agile, as we call it. So they start to spin off things, one television out, radios out. And at one point, there was not much left. It was healthcare and lighting, so they split the company into two. Healthcare company, lighting company. Healthcare, still Philips. Lighting, different company, also listed now. Well, you cannot have two Philipses. That will be, they are completely separate. There are no ties at all anymore. So Healthcare one, they are still Philips. Signify is the lighting company, however, still selling light bulbs under the Philips brand. Earn a license agreement. So we still have that reputation. But the interesting thing is that because the world changed, and it's not only about light bulbs anymore, and I think we consider ourselves now more like an Internet of Things company than a light bulb company, then it makes kind of sense to also have different brands. So we have an Interact brand, the Philips Hue, which is still Philips, but Philips particularly for consumers. You see other brands emerging also in for business to business.
Okay, thanks. I see lots of questions. Oh, you have a short follow-up question to this one, I think.
I
and
just
then
have a
Swarnadip.
very short follow-up. My name is Ruth Aguilera. Could you tell us a little bit about the transition in the board? Like, like how this board, like you had to, the board had to be dissolved and like, what happened? I mean, tell us just very...
Well, if you can dissolve boards and start all over again, I've never seen that, maybe others, but no, you have to do this gradually. But it starts with like having one disruptor on the board, trying to find some other partners to have still this collegial, collective idea, because that's what you are as a board. So when you come in and think, well, today I'm going to change things, well, they shut you down in a second. So you have to do this strategically, gradually. But what's helping, and this sounds silly, but it's digital and the digital pressure, but also COVID. COVID accelerated many things, so that's also why you see more and more change in the board. Investors want to see changes in boards. Managers start to see that they can use boards more effectively, and that's what you have to do. But I think it was already mentioned how Katrina did this, how she tried to find partners with investors to actually help make change.
Okay, thank you. And because I want to be mindful of the time, I want to give the audience one final question. Swarnadip, you were first, so perhaps you can ask it, and then because Jacobina is also here. Yeah.
Hi, you talk about these new different ways of working in the board, right? That would probably need new kinds of incentives for these supervisory directors to work in new kinds of ways. Mm-hmm. I was wondering if you have any thoughts on that.
Yes, I do. Well, okay, you understand it has to be done gradually, right? But we need to find a different training, and we need to have different board members, different people on boards, maybe younger people. Maybe we have to look at that. I don't know. A question that's being asked many, many times these days. Should we have millennials on the board? And then the incentive is these people, it's not more money necessarily, but it's more being part of something. This sounds silly, but it's actually true. It's being part of something bigger than yourself, having this opportunity to help a company move forward. These are great incentives, and that's how you attract some new board members as well. Not the board members that are sitting on that island that was described, but some new, fresh blood, which I think is necessary.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, thanks. Okay, so I would like to give the floor to Jacobina. I would put your statement on, and I think it's an interesting one because it touches upon many of the things I think we already discussed. I was kind of eager to say, oh, well, you're going to talk about this. The statement is, there's simply insufficient time available on the board's agenda to discuss disruption. So we can have all these ideas, but there's limited time.
It all comes together. No, and when I talked to Niels, he asked me to make it very practical, which I did. I just said there is no time. Yeah. So you can have a lot of wishes, but if you don't have time, it's not going to happen. So I'm going back to the old-fashioned board. But also try to make a few steps towards your board, Erik. And because why do I say there is insufficient time? And I think, oh, she's back. Because if you look back, the last decade, probably the responsibilities of the board have gotten more. And I think that is in line with what you have said. First of all, I think after the financial crisis, there's much more focus on compliance and risks. That is not what you talked about, Erik, but that's for sure something that has happened. In certain industries more than others, but it has been a huge change. Then there are, if you look at, for example, the Dutch governance codes, there are some more requirements in them. So as a board, you also have to monitor the culture and the behavior of the company. That's one of the requirements. I can tell you every board struggles. Well, every board that I see struggles how to do that. So that's something that's added to the agenda. Not, and then, you know, something else, cyber security, fraud risks. It's, you know, all topics that have been put on the agendas of the boards. If you talk about disruptions and look at the drivers behind disruptions, these are always complex. Topics we still have to find out. If you talk about ESG, I mean, every organization is finding out how do I relate myself to all the underlying topics. So people are finding out that really makes it complex. And it always affects the core of an organization. That makes it complex. Then, and that's completely in line with what has been said, I called it the knowledge gap. There's really a knowledge gap when it comes to many of these new topics. Technological developments, digital trends. If you really want to understand how all these digital trends affects the organization that you are on the supervisory board, you really have to understand the value chain, for example, of this company. You really have to understand the business. You cannot just look at a piece of paper. You have to talk to people. You have to find out. It's a completely different way of thinking, and that is because it is disrupting. So it affects almost everything. So no time. There's just things added. And I was also thinking back at the presentation of Jaap Winter from this morning, because there's also something in there that there is no time. He mentioned it also, but there's also anxiety, I think. So you can say, I don't have time, but maybe that's the easy way. You have done all and covered all the topics that you were used to talk about. There's no time left, but maybe you think, oh yeah, let's move it on to the next meetings. Also, I mean, board members feel more comfortable to talk about the old stuff. So maybe it's also people that are anxious. And they struggle. But they struggle together with the organization. And one of the things that I wanted to add earlier, which I will add now, when it comes to information and communication, there's so much that an organization can do. And maybe, I don't know if you have done research, but it would be, you know, an excellent topic to do more research on. You know, what is the quality of the information that is provided to boards, and is it suit for purpose? Because why, you know, I see so many boards that you hundreds of pages of documents, but why are you not able to just summarize and just come to the essence of it in maybe 50 pages? Because you really ask people in 1 week to read very often very technical documents, 400 pages, 500, that's a huge book, you know. And so what but I'm always very conscious of in my own boards that there are many documents that you get that only serve a purpose of telling you, you know, this is the decision that management wants to take, and this is why they want to take that decision. So just, you know, all funnels to that one conclusions. I always tell them, I don't find these good documents, because you have to go back to the process behind, you know. How did you come to that conclusions? What was difficult? Dilemmas? Where did you talk about most? So there's so much more. And then I think if a company understands that, they use the board. And they can ask the board, you know, these were the dilemmas in taking this decision, or that's something that we propose. How do you think about it? And that would be so much a better way of working together. So I'm still on, you know, talking about old-fashioned boards, but I put in many new elements. But something that really has to change. If I look at all the boards that I visit, that I'm in, probably the only one that's not true. That's the one that I do with Jaap, because that's is a different board. There's always too little time for all the topics we want to discuss. So disruption, coming back to my statement, will be the last one on the list that you talk about. That's my statement.
Perhaps it should be moved up then. If it's a really important
you should talk
topic.
about it first.
Yes, move it up the agenda. Yeah. Thank you. Who of the panel members would like to respond? Carina, or can I give the floor to you?
Look, I mean, what you described is absolutely correct, and my boards all have a kind of predetermined agenda that we have to get through. Each time, the first quarter, the first month of the first quarter, we have to do this. So we have limited flexibility in terms of adding things. The way I deal with it is I bring it into my committee. The committees have much more flexibility. I mean, my committee, the committee that I chair, there's one cycle of things that has to be there every 3 months. And then the rest, I decide. And we find ourselves really pushing the boundaries of all of the different issues. Now, we don't have decision-making authority in the committee, but just the mere fact of devoting an entire hour to, we typically do 3 topics, one that's required and 2 that I've picked with my colleagues together, gives us that opportunity to really dig deep. It's a committee that meets every month. That's a lot, but we have the luxury of doing that. And then we bring the summaries into the main board, and frankly, it's up to them to decide whether they want to take it up as a whole board, and oftentimes they do. And they feel that we are, sort of impinging on the board's job, except that the board's not doing it, so we did it in my committee first,
No, and I see that also, and I see also new committees being established. So companies that set up sustainability committees, and it's probably a mix of your new model, almost. So it's a mixture of executive and non-executive people. It's sort of a difficult model also to fit in the corporate governance code. But anyways, they actually do it because they are convinced they have to make progress. In this case, it's about sustainability, but also on digital. Organizations set up separate committees and mix non-executives with executives. And I think at that place, and that's probably how you do it also, you can make progress. Yeah.
Thank you. You would like to respond?
Yeah, just the digital committee is something that Signify has now since the 1st of January as well. So I think that's important. But again, you're absolutely right. But I think I already mentioned it. That's the first thing that boards should do, is like the communication and the information that they get. What is helping, that's what I do in one organization, is that management creates this kind of 30 pages document that will be a continuous document. Whenever things change, they change it there as well. But it's the narrative that we understand better than just the data and a lot of slides that you see. Oh man, these slides. Let me not talk about the slides they show you. But if having a narrative and having them think, just in like what you said, in 10, 15, 20, 30 pages, write about what a company, what the challenges are, what is material, why is it material, who did you talk to. It makes them think as well when they start writing, instead of putting it on a slide. Because a slideshow you can make in like 5 minutes. But if you have to write a narrative, it takes a bit more time. And that's self-discipline that we need, because then you get a better informed, I like this continuously informed board idea a lot actually, because that makes my life better. And I have the feeling that I can add much more value.
Can I ask the audience for some questions? Yeah?
There's one question in the final back.
No idea.
No, in the final back?
That's how you do it with boards. You just give them the microphone and then you talk.
Hi, my name is Rahul. So regarding you talked about having this continuous meetings, right? Monthly meetings. So what do you think about professional board members, people who are sitting on multiple boards, rather than having people who have another job and they're just doing this part-time? Because I would say probably professional board members would kind of put more emphasis on this. So what are your thoughts on that?
I think that's a good question, Jacobine.
I think it was Katrina mentioning it, but...
Yeah, you can respond, Carina.
I'm not sure if she heard it.
Did you hear the question?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought Jacobina was going to take it. Well, I'm biased because I'm a full-time board member. Although when I had my day job, I did serve on one, and it was hugely demanding, and it is difficult to balance doing a good job on your board and doing your day job. But it's interesting that being a full-time board director, some of my colleagues were not. They had a day job and spoke very disparagingly about people who are, who've gone stale because they're no longer, running a business, et cetera. Look, I personally think your question, the answer's in your question. If you're going to really put what you need to put into your board role, then you need to have the time. And so, I think you can make it work if you have a portfolio career, but I don't want to judge people who who still have a day job.
Yeah, thank you for your answer. Does any of you want to comment on it?
Yeah,
because I think it's a relevant question.
Oh, it's a very relevant question. Well, my answer would be diversity is the answer. And if we would only have professional board members, I have nothing against them. Definitely not, because otherwise this might be construed as, oh, he's against it. No, I'm not. But if you only have them, I'm very afraid of that island that was described in the beginning. And I think that, yes, if you are you have a full-time job and you have 5 board positions, it's not going to work. But maybe one, you can add tremendous value, and why not do it? So being a biochemical, whatever professor in a pharma company could actually work really well. Having more professors on board could work. They are not professional board members, but they could add a lot of value. Give you one example. If you look at Signify, we are now big in horti, in agriculture. We don't have it, but I could see somebody from the University of Wageningen on the board, because now we just not give them light bulbs. We actually co-create with the farmers the best possible light to get better tomatoes. So why not have a tomato specialist on the board from the University of Wageningen? And he's not a professional board member. So professional board members, yes, if you look at time, but I think diversity is the answer, and then it depends on, there's no one size fits all, so it depends on the board. Starbucks, they have a millennial on the board. Makes a lot of sense, because look at Starbucks, most of them are millennials, and they don't drink only coffee, they are there for the whole experience. So in order to understand that experience, I bet you that most of the 60, 70-year-old board members I know, they don't even know what Starbucks is. So having them on the board of Starbucks would be a huge mistake. So diversity is the answer.
Yeah, do you think that's the answer?
He said yes, because he's a professor.
Okay, I did say, okay, yeah. Jacobine. Jacobine, do you want to have one final say? Because it was your statement as well, of course, where we started with.
No, I'm actually fine with all that has been said, and I'm a huge fan of diversity to start with. I mean, that's really my topic, and it's difficult to implement, but what I really hope that we really make it work going forward, and then not just men and women, but also the younger generation. There's such nice initiatives also here in the Netherlands to educate younger people to go on board, but it's so difficult to find something for them, because all people are a little bit afraid of, it is different, but that is what you ask for. So as you said, diversity is the answer. That's the answer to a lot of things, and certainly here. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you also, Carina. Well, again, being mindful of the time, I think the hour is over, so we're going to end the debate by this final statement or opinion that you share. Thank you all for your statements. I think that they were very insightful. I think they also sparked the debate, and I also learned a lot. And although they were all quite different in when I first saw them, and perhaps they also seemed quite different for you, of course, but I do think that eventually we touched base on similar underlying issues. And what my takeaway message would be is that I think all three of you, but correct me if I'm wrong, do signal at least that there's a need for more increased proactivity or more direct involvement, whether it's with the stakeholders or whether it's with the management board itself or whether it's through, the different compositions that you reach out to a larger audience, to be involved within the board. It does signal a closer, proactive approach. Right, underlying everything, and I also kind of like your point of whether it's time or anxiety, because I think this approach can somehow also trigger a little bit of anxiety, and I think there's perhaps one button that we can push to take that away in order for board members to do that. So thank you.
I think that's very human to always start with the easy stuff, and that's what I do also. Yeah. But it makes more sense to start with the most difficult stuff first.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I also learned a lot from your practical experience, and because there you see really what's happening in the boardroom. And I hope it also informs you for your own research, right? That you pick up some of these ideas and think, yeah, well, in the literature we kind of touch upon it, but perhaps we need to study that a little bit further or in detail. Because I think disruption is a very complex topic also for us to study. But I do think that we need to know more about it, right? We can't do without it. It's just a reality of the firms that they are living, so we can't ignore it and we can't treat boards as static entities for that reason either, right? They're in development and we need to take that into account. Yeah? Thank you very much. I would like to give a big applause for the panel members. Thank you. It was a pleasure being here.
Thank you very much.
Very quickly steal a microphone. We would like to thank you all. So we have a little present for all the members of the panel. So for the ones in person, you get it in person. And Carina, we will manage to also get it over to you. So thanks a lot, Jacobina. Thanks a lot, Eric. And there is also one for Floor. Yeah. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, everybody. It was a pleasure being here.